Okay. Testing 1, 2, and 3. Okay, come on, machine. Don't do me dirty like this. Yes, I heard you. Alright, we are back to Final Fantasy XVI. We are back to making that home stretch of side questing. Last time, when I was dragging these nuts all over this Balithea and Storm, I was wrapping up the final side quests and getting some major lore. So once again, we are going into the side quests, and we shall see. We shall see. Now, luckily, this game doesn't crash as often as Destiny 2 does, so yeah, I know, I started my stream earlier than I usually do. To be fair, I also was awake much earlier than I usually am for it, so just give me a bit for the usual sending of the links and the shipping of the bullshit. And then the games shall begin. If I pause frequently, it's because I'm mentally bricking. I promise, it has been a week. Now then, I swear I'm only halfway through, or most of the way through. Honestly, twice a week feels like a good pace for me to stream, but that's mostly because I'm not busy. Or as busy as usual. And almost there. Almost there. Right. Okay. Now then. 1 for the money, 2 for the show. Alright. Priceless. Yeah. Sorry if I make random sounds of disgust. I had to use scented trash bags to clean up some stuff.
There's something about it.
And I think I got some of it in my lungs. Or at least in my nose. I hate scented crap like that. Always fucks with me.
Joshua, I read your message. You're right. Jill is different. I don't think I'd realized how different, but since we returned from Drake's spine, I've felt it more and more.
I suppose it's not hard to imagine why.
She doesn't think she belongs anymore.
And that's why we need to remind her she is still one of us. And to let her know that we still need her, now more than ever. That you still need her. But how to do that? When last we were truly close, we were but children.
Of course. Do you remember the time we accompanied Father on his annual tour of the Duchy? And Jill and I broke from the procession to ride up Man's Hill.
To see the snow daisies, I remember. It was the first time Father had allowed us to join him. And when he realized you were missing, he had the entire retinue down to the pop boys combing the countryside.
In the rain. A thunderstorm forced us to take refuge in a grove of oaks before we'd even made it halfway there. It was the Lord Commander who finally found us, and needless to say, he was none too pleased.
And it seems you and Jill have unfinished business. What do you say?
Man's Hill. It's not that far.
True. Though I suspect it is also much changed. Little in southern Rosaria remains as it was when we were children.
You're saying I should go and scout the area for bandits?
I'm saying we should first go and see if there are actually still any snow daisies left. What would you do without me, Clive?
It's not that Clive's the meathead, it's that Clive just kind of assumes the worst is going to happen. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's still kind of a meathead, but not horribly such.
This is the place, but
I'm sorry, Clive.
there's nowhere been spared. What do we do now?
We keep looking. Man's Hill cannot be the only place where snow daisies grow.
Perhaps, but it's the only place I know of. Knew of.
Then why not ask someone who might know of another?
Someone at the backyard. To the hideaway, then.
Yeah, this is Jill's companion quest. Fucking ants. And it's adorable. But
Let's hope one of the gardeners knows where to find snow daisies.
a lot of the last stretch of the game was very much, I'm not crying, you're crying. In spite of my temperament, I adore games like this because of just how realistic they portray the protagonist's behaviors. And I've said it before, I've said it again, I adore the sheer humanity of this game. That to be human, to be alive feeling you have in a lot of it.
Oh. What brings you down from the heavens, Sid?
I need your advice. Joshua and I are looking for a place where snow daisies grow. Preferably in abundance.
Snow daisies. Then you'll want somewhere not too hot and not too cold. And where the winds are strong enough to carry the seeds. I reckon Man's Hill would be a good place to start. There in the Royal Meadows, perhaps? Both have similar climbs and the right elevation. If the Blight hasn't claimed them yet.
Right. Thank you.
Did you learn where we might find our flowers?
The gardener here mentioned the Royal Meadows in Sambrak.
The fields beyond Northreach. Well, if that's the case, then Yote was right. I recalled that she kept a record of our travels, you see. So I asked her if she'd perhaps noted anywhere that snow daisies grew, and she mentioned Oilerfeist Bay.
Whose shores border the meadows. Off we go then.
I love this. This is already one of my favorite games. And I can clear up trial and errors. Which, honestly,
mentioned where in Northreach he'd be testing this recruit.
I should do this real quick.
I'm nervous.
Well met, Sid. This is the Initiate. Ember, present yourself.
At your service, Master.
Please, just Sid. There are no masters here. Your life is your own.
Oh, of course. Thank you, Sid. The sergeant says you'll be evaluating me at my trial.
To become a scout, yes. You are aware of the dangers inherent in that role.
I am. But I swore I'd face them. Just like the man who saved my life.
Who would that be?
Gav. It was him who found me and freed me. No magic, no support, just one man and his nose. Came and sniffed me out. It taught me what one man can do if he puts his mind to it. And I've been training ever since, so that one day I can be someone's saviour, just like Gav was mine.
I'm sure he'd be flattered. You clearly have good intentions, Ember. And it sounds like you're under no illusions. Stick to this path and you'll make a fine Cursebreaker.
So, what? Have I passed?
You haven't even started yet. Now listen. Not far from here is an Imperial lookout, Eastwatch. The guards there record all their sightings in a logbook. You are to find it and bring it here.
And bring it here, right. Anything else?
No. Sneaking into a heavily guarded Imperial outpost and stealing the logbook would be quite sufficient. You will need to assess the situation, determine a point of entry, create a distraction and effect an escape, all without being discovered and thrown into an Imperial oubliette.
Ember, Gav isn't our best scout because he can do everything. It's essential that you know your limits.
Know my limits, right. I won't let you down.
It shouldn't be as dangerous as I made out. But keep a weather eye on him all the same, would you?
On my way. All right, Ember. Impress me.
You know what? Screw it. Shit. Played too many other games. Crap, I missed. That's right, give me that gauge. Shitheads. Alright, so anyone that knows me already knows I do not like the birds. Knowing that they can be deadly taken, knowing that at about half health you can get a deadly takedown on them is nice.
These are clean kills. Perhaps young Ember really is ready. Or maybe not. Damn it.
Ember, draw your sword!
I can't!
Then run!
If you want him, you'll have to go through me.
Okay, important to note there was that when I performed Cold Snap, it did, or right at when I tried to lunge after Cold Snap, it did slightly push me into the air. I don't like these guys. So this one's about to be, VF fucking D. I rarely get limit break kills, simply due to the fact that I typically use it as my oh shit button, not because I'm using it for damage. To be fair, that's how most people use limit breaks, devil triggers.
Ember, are you... Gone. Of course. Scouts really are a rare breed. Back to Northreach it is then.
Yep. He just kind of fucked off while we were in the middle of the fight. I also forgot that that accessory was in there, but that's because there's really no reason to go up here without a quest doing so. Right, it would be gear and icons. Fuck do I have that's new? Oh, yeah. Nothing better. Like, 5 defense for 36 health? Yeah, I'll take that. But that's because that little bit of health is worth a lot more than that defense. I'll definitely have to keep in mind. Oh wait, can't. Not with how I play. Oh well. Wrong button. Anyways. There we go, sort them by type. Kestrel's beak braid. Increases the down thrust damage. Okay. So down thrust is this one. Like with lunge, it has an extreme version that scales based off of distance traveled performing it. It's why combination stomp is so fun. You dash in, you jump on an enemy's head, and then you do that. The whole reason you want to use down thrust like that is because A, damage, B, gets you on the ground for moves that can only be performed there, and C, it does have a small splash radius. Not a very big one, not as big as the attack animation implies, but still a splash nonetheless.
I didn't expect you back so soon. Where is Ember? How did he fare?
I thought I'd find him with you. He must have fled. I followed him to Eastwatch, where I found him being set upon by a wild Avis. He was just standing there. Didn't even draw his sword. I had to step in and take care of things. By the time I had, he was nowhere to be seen. I assumed he'd set off in your direction, but apparently not.
I'm sorry, Sid. I knew the boy had a nervous streak, but he seemed like...
The right man for the job? I believe this is the logbook you tasked me with retrieving.
Hey? How did you... Don't you tell me you breached the tower while Sid was busy saving your skin.
What? Wasn't that what you asked me to do? To bring the thing back without getting caught?
He has you then, is there? And he did it all on his own.
But Sid, he
did what he thought was best. And now I have to decide whether I agree.
Of course. We'll await your evaluation back at the hideaway. Don't you leave my sight.
I mean,
Sergeant.
This won't be an easy decision.
The garrison said they take...
from a bit more realistic of a standpoint, while he did get caught by something unforeseen, he did make use of a distraction. While technically Clive was reinforcement, and the evaluator, at the end of the day, he was still distraction and muscle. Which, I mean, is worth keeping in mind. The scout isn't there to engage in combat. They're just there to see it, find it, and get the happy fuck out. Alright. Listen here, birdie. You're not getting away from death this time.
Are vast. Where do we even start?
Yotei mentioned the coastline. We can start there.
Ah, yes. A lot of bodies in need of a catching. You know, the fact that one of those fuckers can cast bravery just means everything dies now. Why waste more energy on that than I have to?
What do you see, boy?
Let's hope this is the last one.
Oh, I got distracted by something. Hey, big guy. How's your health plan? All right. Here comes another. Oh, I'm making damn sure he doesn't get back up after the double tap. Or maybe he will. Yep. That's okay. I'll be able to land this pretty safely. Damn, he got me. And now there's cannon fodder all the way over there. That because my lightning rod gets locked onto, I could not just efficiently send to Jesus. And that Minotaur got
That was harder than I
pasted.
expected. But found her. It was worth it. They're beautiful.
Do you think Jill will like them?
She'll love them. Come on. Let's go.
It appears my work is done. The rest, as they say, is up to you. Well, you and the skies. We wouldn't want another thunderstorm now, would we?
Okay, I will be right back. Okay, I am back. So first we're gonna deal with the Cursebreaker, then we're gonna deal with Joe.
You should have seen him. The thing didn't stand a chance.
Welcome back, Sid.
Welcome back, Sid.
Yes. Welcome back. Trip wasn't too much of a pain in the arse, I hope. Truth be told, it was me who suggested roping you in to help with the trial. But from what I hear, things didn't go quite as planned.
No, they most certainly did not. Ember lost his nerve in the face of a beast of prey, but he didn't lose heart. He pressed on, and he achieved his aim. And is that not what we ask of our scouts?
Indeed it is. Thank you for your honest appraisal, Sid. The fact remains, however, that Ember will not always have a battle-hardened warrior on hand to pluck him from the jaws of peril. All I have gleaned from this trial is that without someone watching his back, Ember is little more than a liability.
Wait, Sergeant. Ember still has much to learn, it's true. And this time he was found wanting. But I'd say he's due a second chance, nonetheless. After all, he did do as you asked.
With a bit of hard work, any hand can be made to hold a blade, and any mind can conquer its fears. But a scout's nose is different. You've either got one, or you ain't. And by sniffing out that log, young Ember here has shown he has a conch and a half. Wouldn't do to waste it now, would it?
Fine. One more chance.
I'll do whatever you ask. I'll spend my days and nights in the pit if I have to. I'll show you. Just you wait.
Daft as a brush, there, man. But his heart's in the right place. Just like someone else we know. And if you ask me, we've been leaning on him for far too long. That time the Cursebreakers took some of the weight off his shoulders, I reckon.
Couldn't hurt.
Just don't tell Gav I said so, will you? I won't have him thinking he's been hard done by. Next thing you know, he'll be asking for a day off. Chance would be a fine thing. Back to work.
Forgive me, Sid. This did not play out as I expected.
Things really do these days. But that's why we need men like Ember more than ever. Men who can make the best out of a bad situation. Remember that.
I will, Sid. Thank you.
Alright. Okay. A little more. I know it's a popular wrestling move and a term for a lot of things, but the internet has ruined me on that term. Also, with it being a breath of lightning, and I know I wrapped all of this stuff up playthrough 1, that means I can probably craft an enhanced one.
So what do I owe the honor?
Use the forge.
Same for India.
Reinforce, accessories, Kestrel's beat. 20% ain't bad.
Work, but it'll do.
Not the best, not the worst.
You can thank me later. My best work, but it'll do.
3.2 may not seem like a lot, but keep in mind that Gungnir and Pile Drive are two of your starting, if I recall the icon tree correctly. Like, let's see. Odin starts with Gungnir and Heaven's Cloud. In fact, if there's probably a rhyme and a reason here. Yeah, there is. These top two here are your starting. This one in the center is usually utility or a counter. And the last one here is the ultimate, the cutscene one that gives you invuln throughout its animation. And obviously the very top here is the iconic feat. Like, Lightning Rod, it's just your will damage ability and something to give the enemies to hit. Raging Fists is a counter. Satellite is honestly utility, support, DPS. They don't attack until you hit a magic-based attack, which is magic and magic burst, really. Rhyme is a cluster, and for the same reason as Lightning Rod, one of your will damage abilities. Rift Slip is a get out of jail card. And Heat Wave and Rook's Gambit are also counters. Important to note is that Rook's Gambit is one that can be used in either situation. I don't know if Heat Wave can be used midair, but it's a counter attack that dispels projectiles. Which is important here because there's a lot of things you want to have that against. And then dead center, we've got Ifrit's abilities. Limit Break, which obvious. Ignition, that you never see me use, but it's You're Coming With Me, the obligatory freight train ability. And Will o' the Wisps, which you guys see me use religiously and I will swear by until my dying breath in this game. Oh, I do like that each of these are distinct and not just you're doing the same shit with a different feat. It's just a shame that Wings of Light has such a long timer. It's also unreliable. Because in the early days of the game, I was at least alright with it. But ever since they added the dodge on startup, because you can actually see here, he doesn't start the dodge animation. You do now. But in the beginning, so, you know, a year ago when I actually used it, it didn't have that specific dodge animation as your opening. Also worth noting is that the rain is semi-random. That entire battlefield you're in is the artillery point.
Of Great Griga herself. I'm sure we'll be fine. Sid's back, isn't he?
Jill, there's something I'd like to show you.
There is? And where might this something be?
It's, not here. Now, I know this is sudden, but how would you fancy a trip to Oriflamme?
There are so many. This is what you wanted to show me. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. The smile on your face is enough. We've been worried about you. Joshua and I. Do you remember when I took you to Man's Hill? Or tried to?
How could I forget? You saw me crying and thought a change of scenery might lift my spirits. In the end, it earned me a nasty cough and a stern scolding from your mother. But I felt wonderful nonetheless.
I'm sorry. I had no idea what I was getting us both into. But I couldn't bear to see you like that.
Before we left, my chambermaid told me she'd overheard your mother talking about my marriage prospects with some of the noblewomen at court. They were debating whether it would be more profitable to marry me off to one of the high houses instead of saving me for the ducal line. No one thought to ask me what I wanted. I was nothing to them. A pawn at best. I felt so trapped. So lonely.
I didn't know.
But I wasn't alone. You were there. Your hand in mine as we ran for those oaks. And I knew then, no matter what happened, I would be all right. I'll never forget that feeling. Before we broke camp, the morning after the storm, do you know what I did?
No? What?
I slipped away from my governess to climb the tall. And from there I saw a sea of petals, all reaching for the sun. And I realized that no matter how terrible the night, dawn would always come. That you would always come for me. And you have. Again and again.
Where do you see us? When all this is over?
I don't know. Not here, though. I think I've outgrown the twins. After everything we've been through, the realm just seems so small. I'll need some space to spread my wings.
And that's what you'll have. And I'll stop at nothing to see that you do.
I never was much good at garlands, but it'll have to do.
I'll treasure it forever.
Thank you, Clive. For this, the flowers, for everything. It's exactly what I needed. You found my treasure. We should probably be getting back. I expect the others are wondering where we are.
You're right. There's still much to do.
And we'll do it together.
That flavor text. Also, that means this can be upgraded, which realistically it'll be a 15-second cooldown reduction. And now I can start Echoes of the Fallen. And Rising Tide. But before that, I'm going to finish the rest of the side quests, because I already know I am underleveled to even look at those funny. I mean, I look at everything funny. It's kind of the downside of the bad eye. But a lot of the DPS checks and boss fights get absolutely absurd.
There's something about it. I feel like it's calling to me.
And if I recall correctly, I have to do the Rising Tide to wrap up something else.
Aye, it's a dangerous world out there. You're rubbing me blind, you know.
Well, okay, admittedly I went into it blind, so I don't... Or I'm going out of my way to go into it blind, specifically because I do not want to be spoiled.
Trouble with your gear, or what do you want?
And yep, Shiva's Kiss +1. 15-second cooldown reduction.
First the skies, then the crystal.
And that cooldown reduction is going to provide an absurd amount of extra will damage to my kit. So, my first playthrough, there was only one of these I missed. Maybe two. I'm not sure. I'd have to actually load the end of game save. And the one I missed was for clearing all the chronoliths. Because you get most of these throughout the companion quests. And what's interesting here is that the Guardian Scarf, this is because of the Guardians of the Flame. Basically, what remains of the Order of the Phoenix's Shields, or the Order of the Shields of Rosaria, who specifically served to guard the Phoenix. Right next to it, we have the battle helm of Clive's dad. And between them is this Snow Daisy garland. You get this from helping to set up a new settlement and help the people fight for the home they just got. This from Joshua's companion quest. And this one, as you see, from Jill's. I just like all the little touches like that. Yep. And this one is from Charon. I think this is the first one you can actually get in the game. And this one is from Torgal. I just love the wall of memories here. I always love memento walls. And seeing it actually fill out as you get through the story, as well as the side content, is just a nice touch to me. Usually I'm not one for that level of flowery prose, but this I will disregard my distaste. Because remember, this stretch is where they know that they're making the final push, and not everyone will come back alive. Better to say things before it's too late.
Lawsman Harpocrates, I received your note.
Ah, yes. I expect you're wondering what this is all about.
You spoke of making amends with Dion, but I can't imagine what for.
Then I should begin by telling you that I was once his tutor. This was some years ago, of course, before I joined Cid in his hideaway. At that time, I was counted among the foremost scholars of Oriflamme, and was accordingly invited to the palace to supervise the young prince's education, all to ensure that the future emperor had a firm grounding in, well, everything an emperor should. History, religion, commerce, government. Alas, our time together was cut short when Dion left to join the Dragoons. His studies no longer being deemed necessary. I had not expected to meet with him again, least of all here.
Have you spoken with him?
No, I have yet to find the right moment. His Highness always seems so preoccupied, especially when alone. I would not wish to disturb his ruminations with idle words of greeting. Not when I know he dwells upon the evil Ultima had him commit in the Dominion.
The guilt weighs heavily on him, I know. But as you say, that was Ultima's doing. Surely you can't blame yourself.
When I first met him, it was not guilt, but his people's expectations that weighed heavily upon him. And I did nothing to ease that burden. He bore it alone, until the day he could not bear it any longer. It is one of my greatest regrets that I only ever offered him my wisdom, And what he truly needed was friendship. The blame for Dion's transgressions lies not only on his shoulders, but on mine.
I see. I'm ready to help you in any way that I can.
Then I beg that you bring me a wild wyvern tail. Apothecaries across the ages agree that even to glimpse such a flower is to be granted inner solace. Fabulists and fraudsters all, of course. But there is oft a seed of truth to be found where even the most outlandish opinions align.
Well, it can't hurt to try. Where can I find this flower? And how will I know it?
You have seen cultivated wyvern tails before, I trust. The lily-white blossoms from whose roots the poisonous ink for the brand is distilled. Well, those which grow in the wild differ only in their purple hue. The harsher the environment in which they are raised, the deeper the color. There is a waterfall in Rickmal's Roost across the strait, where the flowers once grew in abundance. Whether they still survive there, I know not. But try as I might, I can find no likelier location.
It's all right. I'll find you a wyvern tail one way or another.
Thank you, Clive. And please, be safe.
And now each of these are going to take me somewhere. Litany of Errors is extremely grim. Let's see. Vidagre. Because I know exactly which one this is. Going to try to skirt around. And there goes skirting. Well, whatever. You're not getting away! Guess I'm just doing this to be an asshole to this thing at this point. Words cannot express the level of distaste I have for dealing with all the hyenas and dog enemies in this game. They're nimble, they're annoying, and they're always in pretty decent numbers. Also, just half the engagements involving them wind up having like 20 of them up your ass if you're doing a quest that takes you near them. Alright, which way is the way in here? Because it is certainly not this way. Yep. I've got to go through and along here. Along here skirts the aggro range of pretty much anything that spawns. And that's kind of my goal here. Avoid the aggro. I'll deal with enough.
The orphanage. Hopefully the registry is still here.
I will deal with plenty here.
It's locked. I should look around some more before I start breaking down doors.
I don't know why I bricked and thought I had a key on me, but... Rate of incorporation.
Disposed of. conditioning. This is nothing short of torture. This reads like a suicide note. Did the director go through with his plan? There's only one way to find out.
Yeah. For anyone less quick to read, what happened there was that the head of this institute learned that he'd handed over his own daughter to the authorities here. She was then turned completely to stone, succumbing to the bearer's curse. And then he ordered all of the bearers to basically tear him apart and bury what remained of him with the ledger of all the names of those who'd suffered here. Okay, this is definitely taking the wrong path out. Oh, I thought I saw the glisten of an item. Because key items will have a small glowing effect on them where they're at. I forget if the key is also
White tree. This must be the place.
at the tree. But yeah, this is just an absolutely dark.
Really buried here. There's something hidden among the roots. Let's see. This must be the registry.
I do not know what all the shorthand numbers are for. I can hazard a guess, but as you see here, so in order we've got succumbed to the curse, killed by the training, succumbed to the curse, starvation, disciplined for attempted flight. So attempted to flee, killed, attempted to flee, killed. Again, succumbed to the training, turned to stone, and starvation.
So many names. This place was a slaughterhouse. But where is the architect of all this misery?
And now we've got a bunch of fucking Akashic.
It was only a matter of time, I suppose. This place is cursed.
This guy is the big reason I feel any kind of threat here. Because they just kind of do what they want, regardless of what you're actually attempting to do. Like, right now my goal here is to make sure this guy doesn't get back up. Period. I know I very likely do not have the damage output, even with 5 levels over him, to do that. But I can make damn sure he is pretty thoroughly bled. Deadly Embrace. Root, Dancing Steel for cutscene invuln. And that's the thing I hate the most about these cannoneers. It is specifically their goddamned it's specifically the cannoneer's goddamn flamethrower attack, because it's continual tick damage.
I'm done here. Let's get the registry back to Herman.
I'm trying to remember where the key can be found, because I don't think you come back to this place. Or at least no other quests take you back here. And it would have put the key in my, well, key item inventory. So I'm going to take a peek up here and see if I can't find anything. Okay, so it's not that way. That's a chronolith. Hand of Enceladus. Trial by Darkness. Ha, no. Let's see, Self-Order. Yeah, so far not seeing a damn thing. Maybe I missed it in that original room. Because usually they're gonna chuck a key like that somewhere around here. Or in the actual... or in the other building. Wait. Oh, wait. No, that's the exercise list. That's another one. And I don't see any other items around here, so maybe I do have to come back here at some point. Which would be strange considering how late in the game this side quest is. Oh well. I've scoured all I can of this area. Unless, let's see. Because that would be the building. That would be the area around the chronolith. Let's actually take another gander through that part. Nope. Okay, so in that case, on to the next quest. Okay. Yeah, Isla is the safer route. I'm not going to have to fight and kill my way through all of Ash to get there. I just don't like the bridge. And that's just an actual personal thing. Like, straight up, the world could end if I didn't cross a bridge like this. You would have to knock me out and drag me over it. Because bridges like that, those kind of heights terrify me. And that also plays into the logic of why my acrophobia is my single greatest fear. Everything else I'm afraid of can be killed, not heights. What are you gonna do, stab the sky?
Seems this place has been flooded twice over. Purple flowers blooming next to a waterfall. Shouldn't be too hard to find.
Well, little buddy, time to die. You're in my way. Just to reward my ass. It's going to die here. There's no way on God's green earth. Oh. Whoopsie. And a steel counter kill. I have never gotten that.
Here they are. Might as well pick them. For a bunch, I suppose.
And now to Randala, because all of these are going to take me back to the hideaway at the end.
Do you see that too?
What is it? Oh, please. Just make it stop. I'm scared.
Let's see. Oh, I just realized I didn't bother looking to make sure that none of the merchants around here ain't selling different stuff. They aren't. Let's see.
Run like the wind.
I am going to ignore what my height issues in my youth are telling me to commit to by not picking that fight.
Company.
When I was but a wee little Nera lad, I was one of the shortest little shits. Unfortunately, that also led to quite the temper because I was short, and if I had to pick my battles, I picked all of them.
Turncoats and cowards, the lot of you! If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you shall have!
Allow me.
I don't need your...
Please, Field Marshal, oblige him.
This won't take long.
Ah yes, the most dismissive line.
It won't.
I see that mage there.
Finish him.
It won't take long. Trust me. Just... This won't take long. Level 5's on Tets again.
A little longer than I'd have liked. Field Marshal Havel, I presume. Are either of you injured?
No, my lord. You arrived just as our escort turned on us.
Fucking traitors. I'd heard reports of soldiers in the outlying regions abandoning the oaths they swore. But I hadn't thought the corruption had reached so close to the heart of the Republic. It's a fucking disgrace. Your interfering old bastard of an uncle tried to warn me, of course. My lord Marquis,
Or is Sid the Outlaw more to your liking?
Call me what you want. It doesn't change who I am, or the urgency of the message I bring. My uncle has a plan to right the realm, and he needs your help to see it through.
Before I agree to anything, I'd have you answer one question. What do you stand to gain from all this?
I won't deny that I might benefit from further chaos. But I seek a new beginning for all of us. And while the choices I've made may not always have been the right ones, I know I made them for the right reasons. For so long, so many of us have been told how we could live, how we could die, when it should have been our decision all along. Now, we have a chance to put things right. But in order to take it, we must stand together. Even if it be beside those with whom we don't see eye to eye.
Certainly not the words I expected from an outlaw. But perhaps your uncle was right. You are no ordinary outlaw. I'll never hear the end of this. All right. I'll start by ordering my most trusted guard to bring the Dhalmekian fringes under control. Next, I'll make contact with my counterparts in the Imperial Army and see if I can't convince them to try and restore order in their own territory.
Thank you, Field Marshal.
But they are not the only ones we will need to convince.
What do you mean?
I don't doubt that I can bully some sense into a few generals. But those they answer to require a different kind of persuasion. And when it comes to honeyed words, well, we will need an envoy. One who can court even the most stubborn of statesmen. You, perhaps?
I'm flattered. But I'm no diplomat either. And I have other problems to attend to. What we need is a skilled arbitrator. And I may know just the person.
Is that so? And would he happen to be an outlaw too?
Of a different kind, perhaps.
Beggars can't be choosers. I suppose we'll all have to find a little of the outlaw in ourselves if we're to make it through this. Very well. Send your man to me right away.
I shall.
I am going to point out that I just love that he calls Byron your interfering old bastard of an uncle. Like, that is quite the descriptor.
My Lord Marquis, your Lord Uncle bade me escort the Field Marshal to his manor in Port Isolde.
And I will see that my associate joins you there.
Very good, my lord.
An envoy. I'm not sure I'm the man to talk anyone round. I can barely convince my brother to take his medicine. No. This is a job for someone with experience.
I know he's saying it seriously, but there's a certain level of comedy to, I'm not sure I can talk anyone into something. I can barely convince my brother to take his medicine. I mean, Clive is a very straightforward, very blunt person, and that's what I like about him. Because it shows throughout the entire course of the game that that is very much the type of person he is. like, if anyone was here during one of my older streams where I streamed when Sid died, Sid tries to whack a crystal and says, perhaps we should need a bigger sword. Clive's first instinct is to reach for his own and say, mine's bigger. He took it in the most literal sense possible.
Someone like Quentin. I hope I can convince him at least.
Let's see. Right. Now back to Rosaria. My bad, Oriflamme. Or Sonbrek. Sonbrek, not Oriflamme. Oriflamme's the capital, Sonbrek is the empire itself. I promise I haven't indulged in any of my vices other than energy drinks before this. I just tend to stumble over words when I've had a long work week. Well, stumble more than I usually do.
Quentin, I have a proposal for you.
Do you now? Something tells me you'll be asking more of me than a cask of Gotand gold. Go on then. Propose. You'd have me convince the chiefs and chamberlains of the realm that they should simply swallow their pride and do the one thing that has proved impossible for thousands of years. Was there anything else? Perhaps I can fetch you a meat pie as well.
I know it's a lot to ask, but I can think of none better suited to the role.
And you'd have me give up what little I have left to do it. I told you, Clive. The people of Lostwing are my family, and I cannot abandon them. You'll have to find someone else.
I'm sorry to hear that.
So am I.
And why might that be?
What he's asking. How's it any different to what you've done so far? They want you to speak for those who can't speak for themselves. That's what you do best. If it's the vineyard you're worried about, we'll see that the grapes are picked and the tons filled. You know we will.
It's not that.
Then what is it? You said yourself we're family. Don't you trust us?
You know that's not what I'm...
Then what are you saying? That only we are worth saving? Why turn your back on everyone else? You convinced us we could build new lives for ourselves, and if you can do that, who's to say you couldn't convince the entire realm?
A stirring argument. I fear that any rejoinder I make might fall somewhat flat by comparison.
So you'll join us?
Where do you need me?
Field Marshal Havel will want to speak with you in person. He's currently in Port Isolde. I can arrange for a party of Cursebreakers to accompany you there.
That would be very much appreciated. I hear the roads are far from safe these days.
Hopefully not for long. My uncle will want to know that his plan is taking shape.
And that's why I was waiting.
Uncle, I bring good news. The Field Marshal has agreed to your plan.
Of course he has. I didn't doubt you for a moment, dear boy.
Rutherford is accompanying him back to your manor in Port Isolde as we speak. They will await your return there. As will one other.
One other? Who, exactly?
Lord Havel was concerned that even if he could get the realm's armies to agree to an accord, he might not be as successful in convincing those with political power. He asked if I might have a solution. And I suggested a certain Imperial Lord Magistrate turned Liberator.
One of your co-conspirators?
Master Quinton would probably call me one of his. But yes.
Another outlaw, then. Just the thing we need to put these rotten politicos in their places. Good thinking, Clive.
I'm glad you approve.
The more the merrier, eh?
Uncle, assuming Havel and Quinton can solve our problem with the armies, you still haven't mentioned how we might manage the grain shortages.
Oh, don't you worry, my boy. The 7 high houses will be seeing to that. They have all agreed to make the most generous of donations. Oh, of course, it did take a little persuasion, but luckily I had some unexpected help.
From who?
Why, you, my boy. Rumor has it that you rescued the Lady Ariane's head steward Rockford from a horde of bloodthirsty bandits.
It was more of a handful.
Well, the old battle axe was so pleased. She had a shipload of talents delivered to my private docks by the next new moon. And when the other houses saw the parsimonious old crone's purse strings finally loosen, they as good as tripped over themselves in the rush to follow suit.
I'm happy to hear it.
Now, I must be getting back to the manor. Join us there at your earliest convenience, would you?
Of course, Uncle.
Yeah, this quest isn't... Oh, wait, no. No. It's going to go into a cutscene here.
And how, pray tell, will we get that grain to the capital if the roads are still overrun with Akashic?
You'll find another bloody road. I only have so many men, and I'm not about to send them headlong into an ether flood. That is, unless you'd have them turn as well.
Well, I'd certainly eat less.
Says the man with a belly bigger than a band of curls. My soldiers actually need their rations. Without any food to keep them going, they'll be dead even before you've sent them on your fool's errand.
If I may, gentlemen, perhaps I might suggest an alternative approach. Though supply routes are indeed disrupted, there is no shortage of ships. Indeed, they bob away in every bay from here to Randalar, awaiting a safe haven. Allow them to make port and fill their bellies full of grain. And once those who crowd the cities are fed, ferry the displaced back to the countryside to work the fallow fields. But I'm sure that you wish to continue your discussion. Forgive the interruption. 2 such firm friends as yourselves need no help from the likes of me. Rutherford spoke fondly of the great bond between you.
Us? Friends?
I can't stand the man!
Clive, I'm beginning to question the quality of the company you keep.
And what kind of company were you expecting him to keep? The man's a criminal!
Criminal? How dare you? You are not fit to breathe the same air as this fine, upstanding young gentleman.
Upstanding? He calls himself Sid the bloody outlaw!
Once more onto the breach.
Shall we begin again? What we seek here is not to create a new nation, nor to claim the thrones of those that already exist. We wish simply to bring stability to the realm that mankind might weather the current storm. And to do that, we must convince those in power, the generals, the statesmen, the nobles, that our cause is just. There will be disagreements, yes. And I imagine some resistance, much resistance. But we cannot let that deter us. If we show them the path, show them that we walk it ourselves, then I am confident they will follow. The fate of the world lies in my nephew's hands, but the well-being of her people lies in ours. And we must not squander the chance that Clive has given us.
Uncle Byron,
Now, with that settled, let's move on to the signing of the Accord. For what great moment in history hasn't been accompanied by a little ceremony? Citizens of Valisthea, I present to you the Tri-Unity. Rutherford, Mike Will. Well, my boy, the stage is set.
That it is.
This is the role you were born for. Now I ask only that you trust in the talents of your supporting cast. We shall play our parts to the best of our abilities, that you might have the opportunity to shine. The realm needs its Sir Crandall. And there is no better Crandall than you, Clive. I want you to keep this signed accord as proof of our faith in you.
I will. Thank you, Uncle.
At least in spirit.
What do you think that thing is? How the hell is Sid gonna deal with that?
The same way we deal with all of our problems, by beating the shit out of it. Okay, I will be right back. Okay, I have returned. I'm going to handle the bit with Herman first. And maybe take a look to see if there's any new hunts yet. Nope. If there were new ones, there would have been an indicator on Nectar. I'm at the phase in the game where it's my side quest completions that determine which hunts are available, and I think I'm almost through all of them anyways. The only one I'm not going to be able to do at present would be Ruin Reawakened. And honestly, give me about 5 to 10 more levels and I can.
I hear that you traveled to Ash, Cid. Did you by any chance recover the names of my fallen friends?
I did. Yes.
If I may. The Bearer Registry. The director was a brutal man. He got no worse than he deserved.
The registry was all I found beneath the tree. There was no sign of a body. Nor any record of what happened to the children after the orphanage closed.
I pray that at least some of them survived. All their names are here. The ones we lost. My friends. My light in those dark times. I can still remember their faces. Like it was yesterday. Children who were taken from their bunks in the morning. Never to return. No explanation ever offered.
They'd be happy to know that you survived, Herman.
But why did I make it out alive? When so many others died in that awful place?
It's not your fault. And blaming yourself won't bring them back. Honor their memory. See that their names live on. That way at least. They're never truly gone.
Thank you. Cid. I'm going to write a book. An account of the horrors of Badbach. And the spirit of those its custodians sought to crush. All of Valisthea will know of our suffering. And in the name of those I lost, I will not let it happen again.
Neither will I.
These records would have been buried for all eternity. Were it not for you. Thank you.
Well, there's another level. See, the earliest I'd even consider doing the Ruin Reawakened is level 90. And that's because, having done it on my first playthrough at level 45, give or take, I can pretty safely say that either I'm going double, or a little higher, or fucking bust.
Do you think Sid will tell us about his adventures in Ash?
I doubt it.
Say what you will. Lady Karen has seen herself.
Osman, I found the flowers you were looking for.
You did?
I think I did.
did indeed. My dear boy, thank you.
You wanted to make Dion a gift of one, did you not? Shall I invite him to join us?
Oh, I don't...
It's no trouble. I'll go and fetch him. Your Highness, would you do me the honor of accompanying me?
Now. It is time, then.
No. Only to the shelves. Our lawsman has something he'd like to give you.
Master Harpocrates. No. I dare not show my face before him. Not after everything I have done. I have taken countless innocent lives. And ruined countless more. All because I was weak. I have sworn to atone for my crimes or die in the attempt. But were I to meet with him again, and see in his eyes what I have become, I fear that my resolve might falter.
And that is all the more reason to do it. Test your resolve. Prove to yourself and to him how strong it truly is.
You are right. I must, at the very least, offer him my gratitude. Very well, then. Take me to him.
Follow me.
Even now, I hesitate to approach him. What must he think of me?
You'd be surprised.
Master Harpocrates, pray, accept my apologies for leaving your tutelage before my studies were complete. Your lessons opened my mind to a world quite unlike the one I had imagined from within the gilded confines of the palace. And I shall be forever grateful for the efforts you made to enlighten me.
Lift up your head, Your Highness. The deeds of use require no apology. That you took the time to visit me says much about the man you have become. Now, there is something I would like to show you.
Is that a wyvern tail? The color is unfamiliar to me.
Because it is unique to those found in the wild. Something in the harsh environments in which they grow lends them this striking hue. Their roots are indistinguishable from those of their hothouse cousins, but once they bloom, the difference is immediately apparent. In this flower, I see you, Your Highness. Its roots were the roots of a wyvern tail, with all that implies. But they do not define it, just as yours do not define you. I want you to have it, that it might remind you of this truth.
Master Harpocrates, I would ask of you a service. Keep your gift until I have fulfilled my duty to the realm. For only then shall I be deserving of it.
As you wish, Your Highness. I shall await your return.
Our roots do not define us. No wonder my stepmother didn't like him. For reuniting me with memories I had thought long lost. I shall not forget this.
Thank you, Clive. Were it not for you, I fear I might never have found the right moment to speak with him. Not to mention the wyvern tales. I shall plant their seeds, that I might not disappoint His Highness upon his return.
I hope the soil in the hideaway is to their liking.
Why, these flowers bloomed in the bleak, black wastes of Waloed. I'm sure Nigel's yard will suit them to a T. When it comes to expressing one's gratitude, I find that words are seldom sufficient. Here.
What's this?
A Stolas quill. Or more precisely, my Stolas quill. It is said that an owl's feathers are steeped in the wishes it hears over its long lifetime. All those words just waiting to pour out onto the page. So consider this my wish for you. That one day you may put down your sword and pick up that pen.
Well, when that day comes, I'll certainly have a lot to write about. Thank you, Harpocrates. It shall have pride of place in my chamber.
Like I said, these quests at this step in the game are the we know we might not all make it back, so we're doing what we can to say what we can. Also,
so will it be?
Going to point out here. First off, no point to doing that. No point to any of those, actually. Already equipped. There we are.
You can thank me later.
In case I actually do want to bother trying to use...
My best work, but it'll do.
And that one's nice because Gigaflare's got a ridiculous hit count. So it's not just a good damage ability, considering it deals piercing in a line. But it's also extremely handy for trying to build will gauge.
Thank me later. That it?
Or, well, trying to build stagger damage multiplier.
You alright?
Something troubling you?
No more than usual. It's just... Eda's baby will be coming soon, and I wanted to make something for it.
I'm sure she'd like that.
Back in the north, families would always make gifts when a bairn was on the way. Yeah, I'll let the little tykes know they were welcome in their new homes, like.
So, what's the problem?
Well, the problem is that Eda's due any day now. I don't know if I'll be ready in time.
Is there anything I can do to help?
You know, there just might be.
All right then. What exactly are we making?
A good luck charm. But not just any good luck charm.
Not just any.
No. One made from the feather of a silver chocobo. There's naught lucky in all the realm, or so we used to say back home anyway. Thing is, they're hard to come by. Had Otto and Karen check with their suppliers, but nothing. I try and track one down myself, only...
Only the big day is fast approaching. And that's all you need, a feather.
That or the bird whose horse it's attached to, aye. I was gonna start by asking around with traveling traders plying the northern borders.
Well, there's no shortage of those passing through Martha's. I think I might make that my first port of call. I'll let you know if I find anything.
You're a good friend, Clive. I won't forget this.
Let's see, before I do this one, I'm going to wrap up Dalamail's quest line. Because that would be the only other Memento quest left for this last home stretch of side quests.
Twinside's hundreds of leagues away. That'd mean the crystal is...
How are you doing? Here you go.
You see, it even shows you how many are left that aren't picked up.
Here to help me pack? Thanks, but I'll be traveling light. I'm almost finished already, in fact.
You're really going to go through with this, then?
I am. But before I go, there is one small issue I'd like your assistance with. Well, two, in fact.
If it's within my power to help you, I will.
It's the children. I refuse to let them share in my disgrace. And if I leave them here, they surely will. Our friendship would see them ostracized forever. But I can't take them with me either. I can think of only one place where they are certain to be safe, and provided for, and loved. The Hideaway.
Of course. The children would be more than welcome.
Thank you, Clive. I will not forget this.
Lubor, are you still here?
What is it, Ferda? You look pale.
There's been a flood in the Velcroy, a damn big one. The League of Outlaws encampment was completely submerged in ether.
What?
Every last one of the bastards has turned, and they're headed this way.
Bandits are one thing, but Akashic bandits are quite another. The town guard won't stand a chance against them. We need to evacuate. There's no time to lose. Ferda, gather the men. The Akashic may strike at any moment. We must make ready to cover the townspeople's escape. Well, what are you waiting for?
Yes, my lord.
Clive, change of plan. The children stay with me for now. I need you to find Conrad and Natalie. Tell them to prepare for a full and immediate evacuation.
Understood.
I'll do what I can to convince everyone else. Wish me luck.
What's an
You have to listen to me. They're coming.
Why do they always have to make such a fuss outside?
What's the cover? Ah, it's you.
What do you want, Lord Underhill?
To pass on an important message. There's been an ether flood out in the Velcroy. The camp where the so-called League of Outlaws were gathering has been swallowed. They're no longer just bandits. They're Akashic now, and they could be here at any moment. You need to begin preparing for a full-scale evacuation right away.
Oh, do we? And who was it who gave you this disturbing news, might I ask?
Lubor, perhaps? The man spreading the same poison out in the square as we speak. You may believe his lies, my lord, but we know better.
But why would he lie about something like this?
Some twisted attempt at revenge, perhaps. If he had not been unmasked, he may well have been elected our leader. A great honor for one of his kind. One he might well feel aggrieved at having been denied.
Lord Underhill, forgive me, but it has become all too evident where your sympathies lie. Lubor cannot be trusted, and neither, therefore, can you.
You may not trust me, but for the sake of your people, ask yourselves if there is any chance that this is true.
There isn't. You can be certain of that. Now be off with you.
You're making a mistake.
It's no use. Words will not move them.
Then we must find another way to ensure Dalamil's survival.
You're right. Let's speak to Lord Ferda.
I think we'd better shut up.
What's Lubor raving about now?
And this kind of just proves how low they believe bears to be on the food chain.
Lord Ferda.
Cid, what's wrong?
I went to warn Conrad and Natalie about the Akashic, but they wouldn't listen. They've convinced themselves that nothing Lubor says can be trusted. The bloody fools. Which means the town guard can't be counted on for support. But I can. If there's anything I can do to help you defend Dalamil, you only have to ask.
I appreciate it.
Cid! Ferda! I've been looking for you everywhere.
Victor, I thought you'd left.
I couldn't abandon a friend in need. And Lubor is in need at this very moment. Come quickly.
Yep. He went to take on the Akashic. Or he's getting assaulted.
You have to believe me. The Akashic are coming. They don't eat. They don't sleep. They don't tire. And they don't care who they kill. They're unlike anything that's come before. There will be no parley, no mercy granted. We may have saved the town once, but this is different. I do not ask that you forgive me, but please believe me. If you do not run, you will die. You will all fucking die!
You'd like that, wouldn't you, bearer?
Yeah, with us out of the way, your kind will be free to claim Dalamil for yourselves.
You should run!
Run, bearer!
Yeah, run! Run! Far away!
Run!
Just go, Bearer!
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes! Go!
Come on, then.
Go on!
Just go.
Lubor.
Wait.
Someone's coming.
Stop! You're hurting him!
Honestly, the scene is sadly also realistic because they were taught their whole lives these people are, well, slaves below them. And this is the conclusion of that teaching.
What did Lubor ever do to you? He solves all your stupid problems, and he keeps all of you safe. You know there's nothing he wouldn't do for this town. Who was it who made that cleaver you use every day, Conrad?
And what about your counting table, Natalie? Who fixed that?
Whose men make sure the streets are clean so all your boots don't get dirty?
Who spends all day, every day making sure things run smoothly around here? And none of you ever say thank you. Ever.
But did Lubor ever complain? Well, does he ever stop smiling?
He keeps this whole place going. And you act like it doesn't even exist!
Lubor, we've heard enough.
Wait!
We will not run. The town guard will not abandon the very place it is sworn to protect.
And I will not give up for lost the stores that we labored so hard to fill.
So tell us, how do you propose we deal with these Akashic of yours?
We won't run, but we will fight.
All right, then. Fine. Gather around if you don't want to die.
Those kids were basically raised by him, or at least taken in by him, and spent so much time around him that they know him better than anyone. And honestly, sometimes it does take a child's perspective, because they don't see the world through the same lens we do as adults. And they clearly weren't taught that hatred.
Allow me to explain the situation. The ether flood occurred near the village of Cheratina, deep in the Velcroy. The place had been abandoned for years, until the League of Outlaws decided to make it their base of operations. Now they're all turned, and if the scouts' reports are correct, heading in this direction.
They are mindless monsters, driven only by hate and rage. They are utterly unpredictable. With the bandits, we at least knew how and where they were likely to attack. When these creatures come, Dalimil will have the bitterest fight it has ever faced on its hands. The town guard will muster at the north gate. The rest of us will take the south. Both forces will provide men to serve as scouts and messengers, ready to spread word of the size and nature of the Akashic force as soon as it is spotted. And as soon as it has been, we will converge on its position and see that it is driven back from Dalimil at all costs. Conrad, can I count on the support of the town guard?
Always.
I leave the selection and coordination of the messengers in your hands, Victor. and the command of our men in yours, Ferda. If you would both be so kind, consider it done.
As you wish.
Natalie, I would ask that you and your people have the townsfolk barricade themselves inside the bathhouse. And tell the merchants not to waste time securing anything beside the essentials. Preserving life is our one and only concern. As long as we survive, it doesn't matter what trinkets we might lose. Our riches can be regained. And if anyone doubts that, let it be known that the Briar's Kiss stands ready to cover any losses.
Very well. I shall tell them.
Where do I fit into this plan?
Where else but the most perilous place of all? I would like you to travel to the home of our erstwhile League of Outlaws, Cheratina itself. Main host is most likely still there, and Dalimil will not be safe until it is eradicated, root and branch.
A little gardening. How pleasant.
I doubt it. I have a feeling these weeds will be particularly stubborn.
Luckily, so am I.
So you are. All right then, we all know what we have to do. Now it's simply a matter of doing it. For Dalimil.
Looks like it.
Okay, one moment. My phone's being an idiot.
Okay, one moment. My phone's being an idiot.
Which is really frustrating, but, you know, oh well.
Which is really frustrating, but, you know, oh well.
I just need to double check a couple things and then I will be into the thick of it.
And then I will be into the thick of it.
All right.
I was ready. I better not keep them waiting. Come on.
I mean, I think I have an obelisk. Yeah, no. I'm just going to take the obelisk next to it. Why walk half a kilometer?
There it is. The flood.
But what's waiting for us inside?
I just need to make sure. Yeah, that's the only thing that might make anything remotely rough here. Unfortunately for all of these poor bastards. Protect doesn't mean shit. You ain't protecting nothing, fucker. Right now my goal here is to just catch as many enemies as I can. Okay, new target acquired, and provided the game would quit locking onto everything but. Aight. Not today, motherfucker! Oh. Okay, maybe today. That's on me for getting cocky. Come on, down you go, big man. What a nice axe you got there. And here goes his will gauge. Which now means this is about to get really ugly. Because here's a really brutal trick. Rule number 2. The double tap. Ignore all the brutal popping noises, that's just my wrists and joints.
The League is disbanded. I should get back to Dalimil and see how the others fared.
All the Akashic we were able to find have been dealt with. Seems that might be the last of them.
Last of them here, perhaps.
Lubor, Sir Clive has returned.
Clive! What news from Charatina?
It's done. Root and branch.
I knew you wouldn't let me down.
Thank you, my lord.
Friends, the Horde has been driven back. The Akashic have been defeated. And we need not fear the arrival of any more, thanks to Clive. Victory is ours.
We bloody did it!
We saved Dalimil.
Lubor, allow me to apologize. After all you have done for this town, we should never have doubted you.
But we did. And for that we are truly sorry. We only hope that you can forgive us.
We need you, Lubor. Dalimil needs you. So, if you would still like to be considered for the position of mayor, you have our backing.
You do remember that I'm a bearer, don't you?
We do. But that is not a stain on your character. It is a stain on ours. We thought only of what we perceived bearers to be, not what you truly are. The man who saved Dalimil twice over.
I see. But I will only accept your proposal on 2 conditions.
Name them.
Firstly, that you will both do everything in your power to rally your people to my cause. If the Town Guard and the Merchants League do not accept my leadership, it will be doomed from the start. Unity is the key to defending Dalimil, and I do not doubt that we shall need to call on our combined strength again.
When that time comes, I will expect us all to pull together, just as we did today.
Of course. You have our word.
And secondly, you will accept that if I am to lead you, the mistreatment of bearers must end here in Dalimil. Any bearer within our walls shall be afforded the same rights as any other citizen. They will not be judged by what they are, but who they are.
As we failed to do, and came so close to losing everything.
We agree to your conditions. And we have only one in return. That you continue to work for the good of Dalimil, as you always have.
Condition accepted. Well then, it seems my mayorship is all but confirmed. Do I get some sort of special hat? How fickle fate can be. Not so long ago, I had resigned myself to leaving Dalimil in disgrace. And now, I find myself her leader. Here. For everything.
Lubor. About the children.
Fear not, you are of course relieved of your responsibility. I would sooner face another horde of Akashic than see them brought up as outlaws. I'll make sure they're safe here.
I don't doubt that you will. And not just the children, but everyone in Dalimil.
I'll do my best. Can't have all your hard work going to waste.
And I think this one gets you the Briar's Kiss sign. Yeah, there's a lot of XP in these last few. Ah yes, Breath of Light for one of the most amazing will damage. Yep, called it. Anyways, amazing will damage options. One day I will stream me suffering trying to do these because I am not good with most of the icons. There's a reason why I have a highly specialized, very specific kit. Those are kind of the get good section of challenges, basically.
Let's hope one of the merchants here has what Gav needs.
Part of the problem with them is I can't get magic burst timing down right because I put in the input at the same time almost every time.
Excuse me. I'm looking for something.
Oh, well, then I'm your man.
A silver chocobo feather.
Oh, or maybe not. Though you're not the first to mention the bird around here. There was a man stopped by the rest not long ago, claiming he was attacked by a silver chocobo near some guide hovel not far from Eastpool. Most took him for a braggart and a liar, but who knows? Perhaps there was some truth to his tale.
We'll see. Thank you.
Oh, something new at this merchant.
What are you after?
So let's see what's new here.
There you go.
Orchestrion rolls.
Thanks very much.
And that's it.
Take care out there, eh?
Just because the heavens have gone to rack and ruin, it don't mean we have to. Now, let's get this stone set up.
It doesn't still hurt, does it?
Oh, 1,000 Akashic jars couldn't hurt me. Some of this area, after all.
I love that.
Can I help you with something?
You wouldn't happen to sell silver chocobo feathers, would you?
I deal in fruit, not fancies. But if it's fancies you're after, I suggest you try Rhiannon's ride.
Was a silver chocobo seen there?
Oh, yes. If you believe the ravings of a madman.
It wouldn't be the first time.
To be fair, Clive's whole story sounds like the ravings of a madman. Yeah, so my mother betrayed... It all started when I was born. No, seriously. Because I wasn't the dominant of the Phoenix, in spite of being the firstborn son of the ducal line. Now, the reason for that is because I was the dominant of a different icon, and that meant I couldn't be the dominant of Phoenix. My mother, however, was an absolute bitch of a woman who betrayed my country and sold out my father, and then sold me off into slavery to the country she betrayed us to.
How do, traveller? You've the look of a man who could do with a new whetstone? Or perhaps a bawdy etching of the Vicereine?
Maybe another time. I'm looking for a silver chocobo feather.
If that's the case, rumours are all you're likely to find. No one has seen a silver chocobo for years. Word is they were all hunted for their feathers. Some northern nonsense about bringing good luck. Didn't bring them much, nor their bows. If any are still out there, I reckon they'll be doing their damnedest not to be discovered.
You're probably right. Thank you anyway. A silver chocobo sighted in the hills near Rhiannon's Ride. It sounds almost too good to be true. But since I'm already here...
Honestly, to me, that's the part that I find dumbest. There is more to be had simply just scrounging for the shed ones than there is, well, molted. But either way, you're better off just trying to find molted ones than actually killing the damn bird. Okay, so I have no limit break gauge, no Zontetsuken gauge. Luckily, I don't have a boss fight in front of me, but I do have a group of annoyances right there, so... And of course, the stupid bug gets just out of range. That's just the force of habit. I do not like being dry on all of my resources.
Not left by bandits for a change. More tracks. And these look fresh. The chocobo was here. And recently. Perhaps it still is. I don't hear anything. be damned. It's all right. I'm not going to hurt you. Just borrowing a feather for my friend. Thank you. Let's get this back to Gav before they change their minds.
See, the thing here that people have to keep in mind is that chocobos are fucking intelligent. And that's why Clive is treating them like they're intelligent. So?
There's no trouble at all.
Still, I appreciate it. Clive, you're back. How'd you get on? Any luck?
Any luck, you say?
Crystals crack. Is this what I think it is? Where in the hell did you find it?
It's a long story.
Right there on the road to Eastpool. Who'd have thought it?
Everything up there's been abandoned for years. The empty cabin made for the perfect shelter. Though I fear my presence may have forced the poor creatures to look elsewhere.
Don't blame yourself, Clive. The Blight's right on Eastpool's doorstep. They'd have had to move on before long, even if you hadn't have turned up. They'll find a new home. Trust me. After all, that's what us endangered animals do. Anyway, what matters is, you managed to nick us one of their quills before they could run off. And now all that's left is to fix it to the carving.
I didn't know you could carve.
Reckon there's a lot you don't know about me. Like the fact I'm as good with a whittling knife as I am with a sword. And that bone Ember gave me's a dream to work with. What did you say it was from again? An Avis?
But it weren't your Avis, Sid. I slew one of my own at last.
So all those long nights in the pit finally bore fruit. I'm proud of you, Ember.
Don't speak too soon. I ain't done my trial yet.
There we go. What do you think?
I think if you ever hang up your scouting cap, you'll be able to make an honest living.
Now will I? I should go and see if Ed is awake.
Give it my best.
You can give it to yourself. Come on.
And to be fair, Gav's statement isn't just like being exaggerative. Clive has worked with him for 7 to 10 years at this point in the game, but he didn't know Gav when he was younger. And honestly, they don't really talk about what their lives were before this.
You back, so.
And I am at the final one, which means... Yep.
You earned this.
The Sail Forbidden Seas roll is beyond capacity. The Fallen Enigma is not. And that means I am now at max rep. A New Dawn. Because it starts here, Talk of the Tea House. Pillow Talk. prayer for safe travels, safe passage, light from the heavens, a new dawn. All the way down to unsigned, a new dawn.
Best of luck out there, Sid.
As I mentioned before, there's more than enough rep in the game to go around. I will be right back. Alright. Back.
Is there aught I might assist you with? His Grace and I. At first, it was my duty to him. My lord.
I am.
I do not doubt it.
Thank you, Yute.
May you return safely.
I actually never talked with her while she was here in the hideaway. Because that little set of speech bubbles means there's something to say.
Ah, me lords.
How are you feeling?
Well, thank you. Is something wrong?
Wrong? No, nothing like that. What it is...
Go on, please. It's beautiful. Did you make it?
We did, aye. It's from all of us here at the Hideaway. Your new family, like. It's a good luck charm. We may come up north when a band's on the way. I mean a baby. To let him know that they're part of the family too. Oh, I hope you like it.
I don't know what to say. I thank you, my lords, for everything.
If there's anything you need, just let us know.
I will.
Clive, fancy a swift off? I'm thirsty.
I could be convinced. Don't you think you've had enough?
Oh, we're celebrating. I'm gonna be a father.
I think Edda might have something to say about that.
You know what I mean. Bit of light in these dark times. Wasn't long after me 10th name day. My mum told us she was with child again. I was over the fucking moon. I was looking forward to having a little one to lord it over. What with me being the runt of the litter. Thought I'd finally have a chance to prove to the world that I could be a big brother. Imperials came the day she went into labor. Had myself a baby sister. And then I didn't. My whole family gone in a blink, while I hid in the cellar like the spineless little arsehole I was. Great brother I turned out to be. I'll never be a leader. And I'll never be a hero. I'm just a daft little dog who comes running when his master calls. I'll never be like you, or Sid, or Jill, or even Torgal.
Have you finished?
Maybe.
Do you know why you're our best scout? Because you don't need anyone to hold your hand. Without your resourcefulness, your courage, your determination, I don't know where we'd be. Maybe hanging off a cliff like,
That was only the once.
Exactly. You learn from it, and here you are.
Hey, Yumi. Sorry I didn't see your message. I was AFK. And yes, I'm doing some of the side quest wrap-up here. It's the end phase of the game, so they're kind of getting the last words out of the way, because this is right before the point of no return. But now I can do the DLC stuff, and I might be able to do one of the DPS checks. The other I'm going to have to wait a while. And of course, it's Best Boy. Shame you weren't here earlier. You missed Jill's companion side quest.
After Founder knows how many missions, stronger for everyone. And let's not forget Rosalith. Who was it who freed me from the dungeon? Who was it who ran to Jill's rescue?
That would be me.
Because you're our brother, Gav. My brother.
Well, enjoy the voices. Enjoy my nerding, and hope you have some good food. I snacked before I started stream, but that was, hold on, 3 hours ago?
brother.
Which means that when the time comes,
I get your room. And your sword. I may have had one too many.
you may have had 10 too many.
I said I was thirsty. Better get back to work anyway. After I walk this off. Clive?
What is it?
Thanks for, you know.
I know.
To be honest, the last step quests here all give ridiculous XP because the game doesn't want you to be underleveled for the final boss. A potent potable made from honey collected in the Northern Territory's short summers and fermented slowly over the next 6 moons. Set to warm the belly on the North's cold winter nights. I said I was thirsty. I love that. And now, if I go back to my collectibles wall, y'all will see something, I would say beautiful, but it made me sad when I did it the first go around. Because I realized I would not be able to do the chronolith trials with my skill set as it was. That one little rhombus at the far right is because I don't have the chronoliths completed. That is the only memento I am missing. And as you can see with the fact that there's more stuff here than there was before, it filled out even further. The Briar's Kiss next to the Crimson Caravans. The Triunity Accord. This little box with the document saying, hey, they worked and tried to make it. This quill from Harpocrates. And this mead from Gav. I appreciate that nearly all of these are obtained for doing the side quests involving that area. And that they're all from Clive's allies. With a couple exceptions, like the Battle Helm and the Charred Sparring Sword. Alright. I am level... Bugger me backwards, 88. Alright, so the first time I tried to do Ruin Reawakened, I was a bit lower of a level than I was not just a bit lower of a level than I should have been. I didn't have a full party. It was Joshua, Clive, and Torgal. Now I'm going to double check the hunts, make sure I've cleared out everything but that one. And then y'all are about to witness a bodying of epic proportions. Nope, there are 3 hunts remaining. Which might just give me that XP I need. Garnick, Waloed. Ah yes, that guy, Grim Reaper. I already know exactly which targets those are. Well, maybe not the one in Garnick, but I definitely know the one they're talking about by Northreach. Actually, 2. So, we're going to the Imperial capital to commit some bodying. Because the thing is, to forge the ultimate weapon, you need to do all the hunts, and you need to have beaten the game for at least the actual Ultima weapon. Like, if we look at here, the drowned tower they're talking about is Westwatch. And then there's going to be a guy up here. And considering that's a lot more streamlined than the other one, I'm actually better off going for the one in Waloed. I just need to remember which part of this cell is Garnick. Well, I'll just have to pick and figure it out. Okay, that's Vidarge. Up. There it is. Okay, so I'm going in with no limit break, no Zontetsken. Oh right, forgot that this was the farm spot for everyone in need of XP, regardless of level and difficulty. Alright. Let's see if I can't snag you. Now let's make sure this man doesn't get back up in particular. Rift Slip for the win. Going to buffer this. And right about here should get me the kills. There's technically no wrong place to fire off the level 5. Except there is. Because if you don't use it near the middle of your engagement, it's not going to hit everything. You know, the best part about this is, at this point in the game, you're probably 30 to 40 hours deeper than the last time you fought one of these fuckers. So you've probably forgotten how to fight them.
Harmon's madness lives on.
And the issue here is that this one starts by raining attacks on you. as soon as it begins. Well, I could have stopped her, I think. Right, I didn't rip slip out of that. Gotcha, bitch! Luckily for me, and less so for her, that put me exactly where I wanted to be. Here it comes again. Ice, ice, baby! We are going to put you in the dirt. Screw it. Level 5, go! I mostly needed it just to get the free tagging with Dancing Steel as soon as she got up. Because she should be using Cacophony again. Time to find out if that's a takedown proof attack or not. It is. That's right, bitch. Look at me. Some people say this is just cold. Trust me, my blood's running real hot right now. Ha. Up. Yep. Look at me. That's right. This is about to be a very bad time for her, and here's why. First off, this is about to basically instant level 5 that. That's me fucking up, so... Here comes her ultimate. As you can see, it is an attack you can't actually permafrost or frost her through. And here comes the dive bomb. Unfortunately for her, I'm about to get a deadly takedown. Followed up with the side of some diamond dust. There's no way she's getting out of this alive. Keep in mind, she just got staggered. She's about to die. And not a single potion used.
Rest in peace.
That also means I have a fully loaded Zon Tetsuken, if I'm not mistaken. for the next engagements. Now then, back to Northreach. I'm going to deal with the Lich first because I hate them more. Dragoons are just funny to me. Because the game, regardless of what level the Dragoon actually is, will allow you at least the window to properly gauge where they're about to land.
Those things didn't fight like
An interesting aside here is that I'm going to just ignore that raptor. Anyways, like, while having my limit break gauge would be nice, I know I'm going to build up enough of it that it's not going to matter. Anyways, an interesting aside here is that Dion is the only dominant that you've fought that you straight up entered Icon fight with. Even most of the others, you start with a prime semi, or with a semi-prime rather than a full prime. Now then, if I recall, it's somewhere around these fields. It's mostly the Ether Flood that... Let's see, some trash. Yep, there's my target. So unfortunately, the trash is in the way to my target, so I have to deal with it. But oh well. I have a significant level advantage here. At least over these guys. Fuck it. I now have full limit break, and I'm going to have a full Zontetsuken again anyways. They've dealt with all the cannon fodder, and that means down you go, little guy.
Nice try.
You're not worth putting anything on cooldown. Now, worth noting here is that Burning Blade, Charged Shot, and even Zontetsuken can be buffered during your evades. Or rather, they can be held. Oh. Nope, that's Chronolith. Hand of Minas. Okay, so I was incorrect. Tower by the Drowned Fields, or Fields by the Drowned Tower. Well, this area is drowned by an Ether Flood. And I know I fought a Lich bounty in a similar environment. Oh, that's where he is. So those guys were unnecessary then. Funny how POD can also mean payable on death. It's exactly what this loser's bounty is. That's on me. This, however, is about to suck for him. Simply because I have full limit break. I have Rift Slip not on a cooldown, and I have enough time to get another Rift Slip into Zontet's skin level 5. And as soon as he even starts his recov animation, he's gonna be in a world of hurt. Sadly, I missed the window for the deadly takedown there. Crap. Here comes the rough part. As you can see, that's a stagger-proof attack, which is exactly why I don't like it. If you're not the final boss, you don't have a right to have a stagger-proof attack or combo, in my opinion. Especially not if you're just some shithead out in the fields that I've been sent to put down to do everyone a favor. So let's put him down. Put him out of everyone's misery here, huh? He died to one of my ability ticks, too. And here should be, yep, the Flawless Dark Seal. Only obtained by defeating 2 specific targets. Now I need to back off, heal a bit. Ah yes, 4 gil, that's so impressive. See, Smart Money just says, ah, right. I can't actually pop a potion in town, heal, and shop.
Special elixirs.
I needed that.
There we go. Luckily, I only had to effectively use 1 high and a stone skin there. And even then, I think the stone skin might have been wasted because I used it before the fight began.
I do like a customer who knows what he wants.
Sell all valuables.
And a fine, fine day to you.
Actually, what are your orchestrion roles? All owned by me.
Fine day to you.
That's what they are. All owned by me. Now, in all honesty, Lightning Rod, as fun as it is with Will-O-the-Wisps, it's just not good for the encounters I'm always in. So what we're going to do here is we're going to trade it out for Impulse. Same damage, same will gauge. Difference is, Impulse doesn't have the same flaw of being stationary. Like, I hate to say it, but that's what kills Lightning Rod. Because if you're dealing with a highly mobile enemy, Lightning Rod ain't gonna do anything. It doesn't taunt them inherently, so it doesn't help you.
Do be careful.
Now, you see those pillars there in the distance? That's my destination.
Good girl.
In all honesty, I should just kill everything in these fields between A and B to... Well, they decided to die, so... Time to rebuild my gauges. Well, the one downside to using Impulse is seeing right there. I also need to double check my accessories to make sure I'm not using anything that affects Impulse, or that affects Lightning Rod, which I am not. I've got Willow Duration. Ah, great. Goblin. Wrong ability. But that's okay. These guys are about to go into low orbit. About to join the Goblin space program. We're not dealing with the Gigas. They're not worth the effort. Crap. Time to bring this birdie down. Anyone want some fried chicken? All right. I don't see anything that actually makes that worth the consideration. So we're not going to give it that privilege. Because these guys, while they do have a respectable aggro range, will not be aggroed. Or shouldn't be aggroed once I pick a fight with this man. Ready to watch a Dragoon get bodied? We're about to commit the Yoshi P special, the Bodied Dragoon. Since when could these bastards fly?
And it doesn't look like he's willing to listen.
But what goes up must come down. Pal, you are getting jumped here. Now then, when you get to hell, tell them I sent you there. Then apologize on my behalf for the inconvenience. Once again, stagger proof. Unfortunately for him, I'm just better. Up. Another stagger proof one. You first, pal. My problem here now is he's just going everywhere but where I can fight him. Because when they jump into the sky like that, they break your target lock. And yes, I know, I am at extremely low health. In that same vein, he's about to die.
You're finished. Live.
Enjoy your meal of crickets in hell, fuckface. If you don't get the,
Damn it. Dion would have been glad to have you back at his side.
if you don't get the comment, give me a sec to sift through my items. Crafting mats. Wait, alright. Orchestrion rolls. Anyways. Crafting. It's going to be either green or blue. Imperial Ink. Many have tendered explanations as to how Imperial Dragoons are able to leap to such absurd heights. From the power of prayer to a strict diet of hare, toad, and crickets. But none save the knights themselves know the truth. Whatever the secret, it is plain that heavy plate would only prove a hindrance, and so the Empire equips its dragoons with armor forged from lighter-than-linen mithril. This link is part of a vest that would have been worn beneath the breastplate. And I think there's an enhanced version of it that drops on this difficulty. Yeah, Flawless Imperial. But it doesn't change the flavor text at all. The point is, though, is that dragoons go pretty... Again, they jump basically all the way into fucking orbit. Important to note is that symbol right here on these means it's only obtainable from certain hunt targets. So anyways, that is the end of these guys getting their bodying. I am going... That's an interesting sound effect. That usually means something new came up. Probably has to do with the hideaway stuff. New missive. Oh, it's probably because I haven't read the one in there already. Going to buy from Charon.
Aye, it's a dangerous world out there.
Oh wait, I didn't use a single damn potion there. And I forgot level ups full heal you. I forget whether or not what I can craft at him is better than what I've already got.
So, what'll it be?
Up, yep. Got a Dimmerung Reforged.
Not bad.
Best believe I'm equipping that. And that means I can make the Ultima weapon.
Should last you a good while.
And if I'm not mistaken, I should be able to... Nope. I already own that. Wonder if it's... Nope, already own that. Okay, then what the fuck is that Spare or Calcum going to? Unless it's reinforcing something. Let's see, reinforced Circle of Heaven. Nope. Reinforced Sun Bracelets. Nope. Might as well reinforce that. Huh. Well, either way, I have now made the Ultima weapon. And that means I have precisely a single hunt target left to cut the fuck down. As a frame of reference, by the way, the Ultima weapon is 700-700. Compare this to 590-590. Which, other than Götterdämmerung Reforged, was the best option I had. Alright, I will be right back, and I will take this to do Ruin Reawakened. Let's see how badly I get bodied when I get back. I am back. Also funny that they call it Ikonomaki Genesis. Now, if I go back to
First the skies.
Blackthorn, okay, for a second I was about to say Hawthorne or something like that.
So, would it be?
If we look at what I can't craft and then go towards the bottom, that's a difference of 75 damage. And it requires a weapon you can only get from doing the quest line, which to even make the weapon from the quest line, or well, to even make the Ultima weapon, you need Everdark Reforged, which you can't make until after you've beaten Barnabas. And once again, if we actually bother to look at all these, you know, Reinforced, Defender Reforged was 590, 590. Götterdämmerung was 625, 625. So I just shot up a lot in damage. 110 total. Alright. Huh. Ah. Right, so you can change the appearance for your companions. For Clive and Jill, it's their normal and the stuff you see in the promotional material. Huh, that one's new to me. And you can change the appearance of your weapon to that of any other one you own. I forget which game this one's from, but it looks familiar to me. Everyone knows Clive's infamous hunk of metal. I don't remember which one this one was, but I know one of my friends mentioned it when she was paying attention to my stream. And this is one of the weapons that you get through Story Prog. And if you pay attention, if it doesn't have a new indicator, that's because the reforged ones don't look any different. Like, Götterdämmerung, if I recall correctly, uses the same skin as Ragnarok. So there's obviously no reason then to have a different one for it. But Ultima Weapon has its own unique skin. And honestly, it looks more like it's made out of crystal than anything else. I just wish you could rotate to view it. Kind of funny that in appearance, though, it defaults to Invictus, which, to be fair, is meant to be his sword for story reasons. It's one of those custom character versus rest of game things. Now then, visit Nectar to refresh my memory. Because I vaguely remember, I just need to remember, is it Rosaria or Sonbrak? I'm pretty sure it's Rosario, just because I remember a swampland. Also, I'm going to point out that while it is the second S-rank unlocked, you are not going to be ready to take it on. Saint-Brécois. Reverberating around the woodland passes. Yep. Okay, so I was wrong. let's see. If I'm gonna have to go to either Terra Norvent, Glorious, let's see. Yep, Mornbroom. I just need to make sure I'm heading on the right path towards it. I don't have time for you. Yeah, this is the direction, alright. I am level 89. I am barely able... This is about to become a battle of attrition. And a battle of how reckless am I willing to not be. You know what? Fuck it. Give me some limit break, losers. Keep in mind, charged magic does drop enemies to the ground if it doesn't launch them. It was either... Yeah, no, there's really no other place it can be. Because you've got Royal Metals up here and Penitent Gate. That's not a woodland area, though. We've got more. Again, not a woodland. Unnamed Chapel. Woodland, not big enough to fight a fucking dragon. There's only one... Advent. Again, not the place to fight a fucking dragon. So, Heaven Hall. Again, not big enough for a fucking dragon. So that really only leaves us with going through Mornbroom. What? I thought I went through here to fight the fucker the first time. So, yeah, I had to have. Because I did not beat the game until after I'd cleared every hunt target. Fuck? What's in you? Ring of the Marksman. It would not surprise me if it was actually a case of the quest being bugged off the get-go. Oh. That's my first copy of that. Strange. Might have been a chest that's added in NG+. Also, look at how beautiful this place is. And realize I'm about to admire the scenery from being flat on my fucking ass. I may have a weapon a solid every tier possible above what I did this the first time. But there is no secondary entryway to this point. Which meant the trophy bugged on my first playthrough. Svarog. Rank S, bounty 90,000. Level 93. Okay. So you are not as scary as I thought you'd be. The problem here is getting through this absolute Hellfire Inferno that he's already lobbing. Sit, boy! Now, the important thing to note about any enemy with weak points is that all damage dealt to that weak point is increased, including in terms of will damage. This guy I actually have to all guns blazing. Because here it fucking comes. Let's finish your will gauge off, shall we? Ah. He entered his... So he entered an attack that was will damage proof. Once again. One of the big gripes I have about this game is just how many enemies have attacks that are completely going to ignore. Son Tetskin, level 5, let's go! Keep in mind, that was 150,000 damage. Look at how little health he's missing in comparison. Here comes the Dragon Signature. An absolute rain of hell. Thank God this game has ledge protection for us both. I know that sound. All too well. Sit the fuck down! My goal here is exactly that. He's going to Dragon Dance again. Nope, Embroil. Embroil into Red Dawn. And yes, I know, this is an extremely hyper-aggro loadout. I'm not sorry. I remember getting juggled completely over the battlefield, 5 levels below this guy, with the ultimate weapon I had access to at that point in the game. Crap. I'd honestly forgotten he was not in Stagger there, so that is 100% on me. Yep, he's using his desperation move.
Too slow.
Now dance, fuck a dance, man, you never had a chance, and no one even knew it was really only you. Buddy, when I have the entire arena to react to that move, you're not getting it off. How well do you die? So, all because I mistimed my last on Tetsuken, I'm in this position. Let's see if that's a death-proof ability, shall we? And yes, I did just pepper him for his entire last ink of health. Hold up. That's a big set of numbers. And yet it was only enough for one level. That was 10 million XP. Damn.
Definitely not to be trifled with.
I don't know, outside of the one part where I fucked up, that was pretty easy, but I'm using the strongest fucking weapon in the game. Wait. You have a sprinting attack? Let me just... Yes, he does. Because if you notice, he did a full body spin from that. To be fair, most of the time you don't exactly get to sprint your way into a fight. You go either from a passive or, you know, a quick dash. You don't have enough time to build up momentum into a full bore sprint where he does a full body. That's actually interesting. And yeah, the game puts a single potion in the arena. You know? When I did this fight the first time, I didn't just get kicked all over the place. I was down to my last elixir, a Lionheart tonic, and the one potion I looted off the ground here. By and far, it was the roughest fight I'd had in the game that didn't outright kill me. I did it with Götterdämmerung and the Bug Zapper iteration of my loadout. As you can see, the Impulse version is significantly better for will damage. It's because of the tracking and the tracing. Also funny that the best arm links, arguably, in the game, in terms of health, are the Founder's Grasp. In terms of defense, it's Sons of Ouroboros. Funny how I haven't changed accessories basically all playthrough either. Like, I have here and there to experiment, sure. But that clearly was not the case there. Alright. Well. Time to start the DLC, guys. Ready to watch me listen to some Echoes of the Fallen? I'm not going to start Rising Tide until I'm at least level 95, because of the fight near the end.
Aye, it's a dangerous world out there.
Just need to double check if there's anything I want to buy here. Like, this is cool, but to me, not worth it. Same for these. Cool, not worth it. Like, I'm not going to diss on people who do. You know, having a pre-charge magic, yeah, that'll help a lot. But
You'll not find a better price than
that. While you do have some iframes during it, it's just not worth for me.
Is something the matter, Karen? You seem perturbed.
Don't know. How clever of you to notice. But yes, something's come to my attention, and I'll be damned if I know what to make of it.
Go on.
It's probably quicker if I just show you. Here.
Some sort of crystal. Though, I don't remember seeing one that color before.
Aye, well, that makes two of us. In all my long years of trading, both over and under the counter, I've never seen anything quite like it. They're calling them dusk crystals, on account of colour.
I see. And they can be used to cast magics.
That they can. Just like their brighter, shinier cousins. Difference is, they don't last as long. After a couple of goes lighting your pipe, they crumble away to nothing. That's how I heard about them. From crystal traders moaning that someone's been flooding the market with dodgy goods. And after asking the right people the right questions, and paying the right price, of course, I managed to get my hands on a sample.
I see why you're perturbed.
Hey, Hope. Do you feel that, Clive?
Yes.
Meanwhile...
All right, lads, that'll do for today. I said that'll do for today.
Yes, Chief. Yes, Chief.
Let's get this lot back to town, fill our purses and then our bellies. What did you two do now?
Please tell us you bought another lantern.
Stay calm, both of you. Who needs a lantern when you've got one of these? All that work for a single spark. Well, there'll be no more sampling the merchandise today.
That sounded close, Chief. Really close. Really, really close.
Now, lads, what am I always telling you? Good things come to those who run.
Wait for us, Chief!
It would not surprise me if that's where one of the weapons is. Because every game there is not just an Ultima weapon, actual weapon. It feels like every game there is also one big boss battle, story or otherwise, named Ultima weapon.
I've never felt a tremor this far inland before.
Me neither. But then, I'd never seen skies like these till a few moons ago, and it's been all change ever since. Come to think of it, the first anyone ever heard of these dust crystals was after you lot came back from the Dominion and brought this bloody weather with you.
Do you think the two things are connected?
Who knows? Could just be that with Drake's tail gone, the black market was running short of the good stuff. The Dominion's mines were the only source of new shards left in Storm after a certain evil outlaw decided to do away with the other mothers. And with the price of decent crystals going through the roof, traders turned to dealing in stuff they'd never have touched before.
The question is, who's selling these crystals and where are they? Wait. This color. They couldn't be from Origin, could they? No, that wouldn't make sense. I saw it form in the sky, and that was long after we returned from the Dominion. But if they didn't come from Origin or any of the other mother crystals, then... does that mean...
that you missed one? Aye. That were my thinking, any road. Another mother crystal we didn't know about.
I'll speak with Joshua. If you're right about this, we need to find it.
And quick, I'd say. On account of which, I'll take this shard over to Tomes for you. Get him to give it a once-over, case it rings any bells.
Right. Thank you.
And I expect you'll be wanting Jill's help with this, too.
Right again. I will. Let me go and find Joshua, and we'll meet you in the shelves.
That's nice, actually. But I'm going to visit the tomes just to see if that one little dink I was missing was from Mornbroom. Because I'm going to shit if I lost it because of a bug.
I was wondering when next you'd visit. What subject shall we consider today?
It's cool that it has all this about persons of interest. And the like. But the thing that's stopping me from getting that last ink is probably the chronoliths. Mysteries of the Realm. And the Bestiary. Which implies there's enemies I haven't killed. Ah. Well, it's unfilled because of DLC targets. So I can't help but wonder. Echoes of the Fallen. Interesting. Yep. So I'm unsure what those two are. Looks like this is one that's just incomplete. Or something. I actually can't figure it out. But as you can see, there's 3. Okay, that one's got to be chronoliths. It's right next to the Argate stone. Argate stone. And there's all this.
The door to the shelves shall ever be open.
Joshua, we need to talk. Karen's caught wind of something that I don't think we can afford to ignore.
Aye. That is troubling. Not least because the Undying made no mention of these dusk crystals in any of their recent reports.
So they weren't aware of them either?
Perhaps. Or perhaps they merely deemed them unworthy of my attention. Wrongly, I might add, for I am inclined to share Lady Karen's misgivings.
Then we'd better take her advice and consult Harpocrates forthwith.
To the shelves, then. With our combined insight, I'm sure we'll discern something of use, be it no more than a place to start.
Let's hope so.
There you are. I've taken the liberty of telling these two everything I told you.
Thank you, Karen.
It's hard to believe such a lusterless shard could conjure much of anything. And you truly think this came from a mother crystal? One we never knew existed?
Every other shard in the Twins did. Why should these dusk crystals be any different? Dim though they may be.
We know they first appeared on the black market shortly after Ultima cast Primogenesis, darkening the skies. So might the two be connected? Could the spell have created a new mother crystal, perhaps? A replacement for the ones we destroyed?
What do you think, Harpocrates?
I think there may well be a connection. Yet, if we are to believe that the original mother crystals were of Ultima's making, does it seem likely that he would have need of anything so palpably inferior? No. I hazard that it was not Ultima who created these crystals, but humanity. More specifically, our fallen forebears, whose wonders litter the land even now. Legend holds that the fallen challenged the gods in order to win their power, and came tantalizingly close to doing so. It seems only reasonable that they should wish to learn the secrets of the crystals which the gods bestowed upon them.
So they could make their own.
Precisely. You may recall that the tale of the sins of Zemeckis begins with the Colloquy of the Sages, a council wherein humanity sought to uncover the last secrets of the gods before waging their war to learn what little remained. It is perfectly possible that an understanding of how to craft crystals was among their many achievements.
Among their many achievements, prior to their fall.
Indeed. The same enlightened souls forged great and terrible weapons called the Iconoclasts, from which icons derived their name, and turned them against each other in the Magitech War. A pointless conflict which served only to make its victors more confident of their right to supplant the gods on high. And when at last they ventured to do so, the resultant imbalance in the ether is said to have been so great that the skies themselves turned black and began to boil. The first recorded Arcade sky, I suspect. Which brings us back to the matter at hand. It is my belief that these shards are the product of a long-slumbering Magitech mother crystal, stirred to life by a similar etheric upheaval to the one which accompanied its creator's fall.
There's only one way to know for sure. We track down whoever's selling them and find their source. Karen, where did you buy this one?
Down in Port Isolde when I was scratching around for supplies. Since the Imperials buggered off and took the tariffs with them, you can find all sorts of interesting stuff on the docks. Go and have a chat with the mercenaries guarding the gates. Your uncle's got some good lads there. You know when to keep a watchful eye and when to turn a blind one. Oh, and take the crystal with you. Might be your key to the underworld.
Thank you. I will.
Shall we then, brother?
I'm coming too. If there is another Mother Crystal out there and it's anything like the others, you'll need all the help you can get.
I was hoping you'd say that. One more time then. Together.
Alright, well, I've been streaming for 4 hours, which is usually my cutoff point. So, I'm going to save and call it a day. Thanks anyone who came by to watch. I'll be adding this to my VOD archive later. And by later I mean once I finish saving and cut the stream. Hope you enjoyed the watch. Hope you enjoyed the information and the rambling. Have a nice day, everyone.